Hello, friends. It's me, Scott. I'm so tired, but we're gonna work on this thing. Let's work on this thing. Let's push the buttons like this and this. And first, let's change the wallpaper. Not like that. I'll have to change it in a different way, like this. One day we will really do this. Okay, I've been working on this a ton off stream, like early in the morning, late at night when I don't want to bother my neighbors. Um, and just like little bits here and there between things. So apologize if anyone actually cares. Maybe one day I will do like a project overview, but it's been very much like, yeah, just fit it in whenever I can while working on other stuff. But I think it's going pretty well. I feel like maybe as of today, the flowers are feeling like fairly flowery. Nothing else. There's no other foliage that is feeling foliagey, but the flowers feel relatively flowery, and that's uh, we'll call that an achievement. So there's two. I've been doing some optimizing while I go. It's that struggle of like trying to move quickly on a project while also making sure it's clean and performant. So I wanted to spend a couple hours on two particular optimizations that one of them should be very straightforward, and one of them I've never done before, but it's going to be so could be a bit more complicated, but maybe won't be too bad. And I will explain those thusly, or in short order. Is a better way to put it. As soon as we find some wallpaper that I like. Let's go with this. Nice and snowy. Okay, so where are we? This is what we have currently. So these are, I've done a lot of work since the last stream on, what did we do last? I think we added a few new flowers. Maybe I even added some since then. So I've added some flowers. I've added sort of like the idea of kind of secondary clusters to them, so I can have stamens. The pistils, is that the middle part? I still need some work, but I fixed at least some of the bugs. And new paintings and lots of little tweaks and things like that. So I'm like pretty. I think the flowers are feeling not too bad. There's some things I want to tune and clean up for sure. Hopefully tonight before I send off some artwork, like to be printed. But I think, I think these are pretty cute. I think they grow pretty well. They're pretty performant. There's work to be done. I mean, this thing is a mess at the moment, so don't even look at this. Except to see like, yeah, it grows okay. There's actually some things that I've done with the growth that make it, that I think, yeah, we'll have to spend some time just really looking at that animation kind of in isolation. But yeah, I'm relatively pleased with the way these things look. There's some things I want to tweak for sure, but it's getting there. Let's say we'll put it that way. It's getting there. So the two big optimizations I would like to do are, I've already worked on instance geometry. So these, for each cluster, whether it's, I call those like, I don't know what I call them. I could call them clusters, like an arrangement of petals, an arrangement of stamens. Um, the that is all instanced, and that's good. The and it's quite performant actually. Like we can grow. Let's just see. It's, I would say it's fairly performant, but not like outrageously performant. And of course, I would like it to be outrageously performant because in AR we have a whole lot of stuff on screen to deal with. I don't know. I feel like I've been having problems today with Parcel not updating when I update a file, which is really weird. Why would that be true? I don't know. Anyway, okay. Here is what's that? 512 flowers? Let's see. Let's just try. Logarithm, how's it going? Largorithm, not logarithm, largorithm. How's it going? Yeah, I'm very clustery. It's a clustery kind of day for sure. So I mean, just as an example, here. Okay, so there's a couple things. One of the things I want to do today is see this delay right here as we generate all of our flowers. I don't like that. So I want to, okay, actually something's super broken because it shouldn't be this long. Oh no. Well, that was extra long. Should never take that long. Just for 1,000 flowers, shouldn't take that long. Maybe it's because I'm streaming as well. So 1,000 flowers on screen, I'm not quite hitting 60 frames per second. It's not bad, but like, you know, I gotta run this on a mobile device while also doing AR stuff. So, and I have some thoughts on what we can do to optimize that a little bit. But the two big things, okay, so the generation, again, takes some time, which only has to happen once, but I kind of want the flexibility to be able to generate on the fly. So I have some thoughts on how to parallelize that with workers. I feel like this looks better than, Anyway, okay. I'm distracting myself. We want to parallelize the generation of that, but more importantly, I think we want to optimize our texture strategy because right now each of these has its own texture and they're tiny, but I think we would do better to just have a single texture that everything used, one. And two, we would do better to have like a geometry cache so that we even have less geometry that we're actually using. We're even using less how do I put this? Every time you see a black-eyed Susan, for example, it is the individual petals of a single one are instanced, but they're not instanced across. And I don't think I want to try to get to the point that it is instanced across, but I at least would like to get to the point where it is the same geometry at least, because I'm at this point building totally redundant geometry. So I want some kind of global geometry cache. I want some kind of worker thread that does the geometry generation, and I want texture atlasing. Basically, these are the things I want for Christmas, and they don't seem unreasonable to me, really. So where do we want to start? I kind of want to just start with the worker thread thing because I don't know how to do it, but I sort of know how to. I mean, I've never done it, but I know in theory. It's one of those kind of things. Before I did the instancing, I couldn't even draw 512 comfortably, and now 512 is quite comfortable. So that feels reasonable. So I think we just try to do the worker thing. The thing that's weird about workers is geometry worker.ts. It's a second file. Like it's a secondary file. So in the shoot geometry, this is my plan. I don't know if this is really the right plan, but this is what my plan is. Shoot geometry is where all of the actual geometry generation happens. And it's not outrageous. It is just a lot of it that we do all at once. And it's all blocking. So if we could workerify this, and I have no idea how a web browser, like what the browser is going to do when I tell it to build all of these things at once. I don't know. Maybe it will be unhappy, but basically this method right here, that does all this geometry generation and gives back the mesh. Sorry, not the mesh, the geometry. Those are different things in 3JS, which is a very weird distinction. They have a distinction between geometry and meshes. But I think it's what we want, right? I think we want. So parcel worker, parcel workers. I don't know how to do this at all, actually. Not even a little bit. Presumably somewhere in the documentation I will learn that. I feel like my internet service is just extraordinarily slow at the moment. At the moment. Definitely in the mode where I'm like hyper project fixated and cannot speak, apparently. Okay. This. We want this. So web worker, arbitrary CPU workers are, yeah. Okay. So we would have something like, okay, let's just see. First, use strict with TypeScript. I don't know if that even means anything. Oh, I see. So when it's run. Okay. Well, I don't know the answer, and I don't want to dive into it right now. So for now, we'll just say we're strict. And in fact, I feel like we just kind of generally want. Okay. This does not extend 3-buffer geometry. However, geometry. Can't even decide if words look correct at the moment. I think I'm just very tired. Okay, so the idea shared working structure takes a worker that can be accessed in different browsers. Change options described above for worker. So different browser windows or iframes. I don't really care about that. So what I'm not totally clear on though is like, can one worker a worklet, cute. So the thing I don't know about using web workers, if I want to do a ton of things simultaneously. Do I use one worker and call that worker a bunch? Or do I create a bunch of workers? You know what I mean? Like, I just don't know. Jates, how's it going? Demonstrate some close-up magic? Yeah, how close up? How close up do you want to be? That's not, I don't know what that trick is. Not a good answer. Here's my close-up magic. You can look at the stamens and pistils of, well, don't get too close up. Stay like medium close. There's really no pistils at the moment. Getting there though. We're getting closer. The detached thumb thing. I can show you all the tricks that used to like wow my nieces and nephews. Need a proper pencil though. I need this trick only works with a Dixon Ticonderoga pencil. Can't use a inexpensive pencil for this trick. I thought I had some pencils in here. I made my pencils disappear. Incredible. I feel like recently I got some pencils and then something happened to them. But it's essential to have a Dixon Ticonderoga for this trick. It just doesn't work with me. Okay, I'm sorry. I just can't can't do it. Okay, do this one. This one. Woo. Okay, I didn't do it very well. Wait, it's hard to do towards the camera. How are we doing? I really apologize. I just didn't come prepared to do magic today. Okay, I gotta do this. We gotta work on this project. The installation is less than a week away. Okay, so this is the big question though, and this is kind of lame. Like, do I hate all this. 520. I just need real answers here. I know it's the thumb thing. I want to show something better. I mean, I've been really getting to sex organs of flowers today. Deeply focused on flower sex organs today. Maybe we can use this pencil. I mean, this is okay. The two tricks that always would wow my nieces and nephews. One are this one, the pencil. of the nose. I don't know how well that reads on camera. We'll just go here for just a second. Or like up, you can go real fast, go like in your eye, like that one. Blew the kids away. The other one, I can't show the other one. We got it. We need better staging. I'd have to set up some cameras, It's hard to divert attention when you have a fixed camera view and you're sitting at a desk. Okay, so let's just try this. Is that, wait, those were Grease 2 lyrics? I mean, it's also just science. I'm kind of tempted to just do this because I'm not getting a clear, definitive answer of the thing that I want. Like, how many web worker limit? That was a long time ago. Interesting. Okay, like, I feel like this isn't quite, wait, there's a song called Production in Grease 2? I don't remember that. Shoot. Bummer. I feel like this just doesn't quite work the way I want it to work. So I could imagine having like the global, like some kind of global static reference to the worker. So I could have like a worker script, that'd be one version of this. On change, what does that mean? Post the message. How do you get the So is it both ways like that? It's like you post the message. Look, these are terrible examples. Make my stamen go berserk. It's obviously time for me to revisit Grease 2. Okay, we get that. Right. We're going to post a message. That's fine. Post message worker result. Where are we listening to that message? Like, yeah, what versus promises? Should I use promises? Yeah, but why can't I understand they're different, but I want to use them together. there like a way to so for example, you know, use record and promises. And you could resolve the promise when you got it. Okay, here's what I'm trying to decide. Like one idea, which I think is the wrong idea, is that every time you try to create a flower, it spins up its own little worker buddy. And that seems like a bad idea. Or everybody kind of globally talks to it. So let's just make this up. So for example, you could imagine like a static what could you imagine? Could you imagine that? Can you console.log in a worker? So if I was in here, I have an art project that opens next week where I'm generating all these flowers. I made all these flowers. These are my flowers that I birthed. And by writing extremely complicated instructions to generate a flower from instructions. And now I need them to be a bit more optimized. So because I have to run in AR on a cellular telephone. And so, the purpose of this stream is to try to figure out if I can optimize the generation of this. What was the art show did you go to? Were there stamens and pistils? Okay, this is what I want. Oh, can I do this? Extends worker? Is that real? Because that would be kind of like what I actually want. Ugh, I hate looking at people's JavaScript. It's always terrible. I feel like this should not be. I don't feel like the thing I'm doing is crazy. I hate you. Personal. Oh yeah, I like those layered glass art. Did you enjoy it? let's go to the parcel documentation that talks about workers. Improved worker support. Can you just show an example of what the... I hate you. Why is it like... The internet is terrible and the web is terrible. Okay, great, good. A baby head. I feel like the thing I want is not that complicated. Or is it? Is it complicated? This sucks. God, it's so gross. I hate it. Like, not a garbage example of this? I almost convinced myself not to use web workers because the syntax is so stupid. Water into wine. Are you drinking wine right now? Module type. Worker. I mean, should I just do this? And then, I don't know if this is going to work at all. Oops. Why not? Okay, well, I don't know what to do, so I'm just going to start typing things. And I love it when, for no reason, the JavaScript console just doesn't open. There it goes. Great. Okay, so how broken is everything? Super keyword. Yeah, it's definitely unexpected here. Okay, what do we listen to? Like on. Pretty amazing how bad all these examples are. It's kind of incredible. Just on message. Like, what is self? What does that mean? Do I look like Jesus? I feel like my hair's a little too long to look like Jesus now. Just switched from Jesus to Hesher. Am I the only one on Earth that wants to make an ES6 class be a web worker? Ugh. Gross. I don't know what that means. Well, this is like much more frustrating than I thought it was going to be. Like, am I crazy for wanting this? Or my whole application is structured as JavaScript classes and I just want a class to be the web worker? Like, can I do that? Can I just extend worker or something? Like, what is web worker? This is amazing. Is that maybe the thing I want is just outrageous? It's unreasonable. Yeah, that's really what I want. Okay, I mean, am I almost there then? Oops. Yeah, I get it. So if I did something like shoot geometry, worker dot post message, hey, would that do anything? The answer appears to be nothing. Okay, let's try a few things. Let's make this a smaller number. Let's see if we can even see this. Okay, so we are like creating our worker, and then we are doing worker post message. Oh, sorry, this is this dot worker. Does it feel extra slow and broken now? Oh, wait. Interesting. What happened? It probably is undefined. 34. Should be a new worker. So we have a new worker. And okay, I just had another idea, but we'll pause that idea for a minute. Okay, I think I have a different idea. Maybe this other idea is better. I'll have to think about this for a second. Anyway, so properties undefined. What? What are you talking about? Why would that be null mostly? Static worker, shoot geometry. Oh, okay. So this was wrong. It's shoot geometry.worker. I don't know why that even like vaguely sort of kind of seemed like it worked, but okay. I don't actually know if you can do this, so. Maybe you can only post data back. And so I would need like problem is I want this to be like globally. How could I do that? Like statically. Subscribe to post message and I don't know. Okay, well, I think I don't want to do this approach anymore. I think I'm going to try to do the approach where everybody spins up a worker if needed, but that will only happen if the geometry needs to be made. So it would be relatively rare. So we're going to try to not do the static shared worker thing. Maybe this is a bad idea. Probably a bad idea. But that's fine. So how do we listen to you? Okay. Cool. That's probably not what you're supposed to do, but that's fine. Okay, let's like simplify this maybe down to just 16 while we're trying our insane make too many web workers thing. Oh, in fact, let's just switch back to, let's not do that. Let's switch this. Okay, we got our bloom view. We should have, oh, it's gonna be like 32, right. Okay. That's the creation of this. We do the on message here. This one I just want to see if it works. What are you actually supposed to post? So you post a message. So you make a worker. I don't know if I really did this correctly. I mean, or am I just shouldn't make this so complicated. Is this the way you're really supposed to do this? Awesome. Wait, it's post message capital M, on message lowercase? Seems like a crime. Is that really true? Is that true? Well, I don't know. Was this all a mistake? Really too much to do to like spend an hour on this. I thought it was going to be more straightforward. Maybe I'm just making it more complicated than it needs to be. Post message. We get a worker. You said it was a module. Kind of makes sense. Okay, I'm tabling the worker for now. This is annoying. I thought it was going to be more straightforward, and there's just too much to do to get super hung up on this. So we can still do the geometry cache without workers. Maybe I'm just making this way more complicated than it needs to be. It's one of those things that like feels like it doesn't intuitively work the way other stuff does in web browser land, which whatever. Okay. Why am I in this weird state? That would suck if it was actually working and I'm just having this weird problem where parcel's not updating. Anyway, let's go back to this where we know it takes too long. And if we want to just like a hash for an object, I could just use a map. essentially what I want to create is like a static, in Shoot Geometry, if you ask for a preset that's already been created, I want to just give you. You should just use that geometry. But I don't know exactly what to use for the key. It's pretty annoying. I still feel like there's like... There has to be a way to do... You know, I mean, this is literally what I want to do. Should I do a service worker instead? That's interesting. Okay, we don't create materials in here though, actually. So we would just do that. We wouldn't do that here. Just do it in this geometry. So we'd have a map of like object 3.mesh, 3.geometry. Or would it be of shoot geometry? Ugh, I don't know. I don't know quite how I want to do this. You could kind of argue that you don't even do it in here, that you do it in the bloom. That in the bloom you maintain, because it's the bloom that asks for these things. Like here, instead of asking for this, you could, I mean, that's probably the way to do it, right? I don't know. Let's just try this. So we'd have a static geometry map equals a new map of object and shoot geometry. And in this case, the object with uniforms, and that would be... Okay, but this one's tricky actually. We can't reuse the materials because we use the materials for animation. So that would take more work. So let's not worry about that for the moment. Okay, so the idea would basically be that if geometry map, what did I call that thing? If bloom.geometry map has Then we would do like, you know, something like this and say bloom.geometry map, add. Okay, add. Set. Pretty weird. So our shoot preset is not identical. That doesn't make any sense. Okay, I feel like everything I'm trying today is not working well. Excuse me. Okay, so we set it. I mean, is that just wrong? Like, maybe we have to give them a name. That would be the worst, is if we just like gave our shoot presets a name. Bill. Set. Bill. Do that. I would have thought we would get one bill. Okay, so not found and then found. Ugh, but now I'm worried, like, was that actually working? And then it seemed like it wasn't working? Okay, now it seems like I wasn't happy with that. And then we would say that shoot presets just have to have a name. That's gonna kind of suck. So we would say something like, if okay, and then we could go into our presets. Kind of nice to use, like, the actual name of the object. I don't know that. I don't really want to have to set this a million times. Okay. This seems like an annoying thing to do. Well, I feel like all my brilliant plans are falling apart tonight, but this is gonna work. The way I'm doing it feels lame, but I just need it to work, and then I can maybe come up with some other kind of key that is smarter. These only have petals. Okay. Oops. Okay, I know this is very exciting, but of course, a fancier way I could do this, and by the time I figured out the fancy way, it would have taken longer than just doing it. So I'm gonna just do it. Looks real dumb to just have that repeated there, but that name doesn't exist outside of this class, so I just don't have a terrific solution for that. Without maybe trying to get fancy, but that's okay. Or we would just need some like hash or something, or it's just so hard. Like, how would you know? Like, how would you know? I don't know. I don't know. I mean, we could just have some GUID maker. Maybe that's actually the thing to do. Let's call this an ID and not a name. It doesn't matter what it is as long as it's unique. Just find someone to make GUIDs. Maybe we do that. Okay, let's just call it an ID for now. Yes, save everything. Save it all. Okay. So all of our main things should be found, like all of our main hero dudes. Save it all. Okay. Well, that's bad. Okay, yeah, so eventually everything is found, and that's great. So now let's make that actually work, because we're not doing anything with it, but and still maybe we don't want this inside the bloom because that seems weird. Maybe we could have like a geometry cache in here. and not have it here, like just have it here instead, and it can just live here, just because conceptually that probably makes more sense. In fact, it's probably like the geometry cache. Okay. So when we get in here, we'll say, hey, if you have this, then use it. Can you get? Right? If you do not have it, create it and add it. Okay. So much faster. Like, outrageously, just tremendously faster. Okay, that's good. We didn't need freaking workers. It still blocks, which is not good. Like, that's a problem. That's a separate problem to solve. But let's try 1024 now. Yeah. And we're drawing them at 60 now because we're using the same geometry, which is also good. So we could potentially do 2048, which is kind of like drawing 4096 flowers because of all the stamens and pistils, which I probably need to go in and like optimize that geometry some, but 30 frames per second for 2000 of these flowers. I know how to do that more optimally, but I just don't think we need to. And the next thing I want to do is atlas the textures in such a way that all our problems will be solved forever. Maybe. Okay, it's gonna be annoying though, actually. It's gonna be a little annoying. Should have painted these higher res. I'm just gonna repaint all these, maybe. Some of them I don't actually mind that much. I don't know, we'll see. And make them 256, 256, 1024, 2048. Yeah. I'm just definitely gonna forget what these indices are. So anyway, so the one particular problem we have at the moment is each of these is referencing an image, and I don't think we're loading, or are we? That would be crazy if we were. I don't think so. No, I don't think so. That would be crazy. Surely that's not true. But it is 16 plus images more. And so if we atlased these, I think we would be in better shape. So let's go back to 2048. Just to see performance wise. Because I'm curious, like if we made these how would we do this actually? Because I could like in the bloom set like set the material preset to nothing. So this is a little weird because I'm pretty sure I have some of these defaults actually. Yeah, this is weird. This probably doesn't belong here. Why am I doing that here when I have this default preset and those should just go in the default preset? Why? I ask you. So this default, both of these should just be in the default preset. Okay, and that'll be a little tidier because then we don't need to do this here. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Shoot, preset transfer instance is not a function. Oh. That's why I have it out here. Okay. There was a reason. There's probably a way for that. I mean, yes, of course, there's certainly ways we could deal with that, but I mean, is this going to be a problem because of the shoot count? Doesn't seem to be. Seems like the shoot count, we get it from the shoot preset. And we should always have that. I mean, I don't think there's really anywhere we just use the default shoot count, so. Could be wrong, but I don't think so. Okay, anyway. I'm curious, like if we did like, shoot texture. Uh-oh. I forgot the way to do this. It's like, what's the trick? What was a better trick? That's this, right? It's like, I can make the shoot preset uniforms equal to, yeah, this is a weird one, but it would be like, that's right. I don't know. I don't think so. Oh, maybe so. Okay, that is with no textures. It actually kind of looks better than I expected it to, with no textures. So what do you think's hurting me now? Is it shader complexity? Is it like, why is the where's the real performance hit here? Because I thought it was going to be at least somewhat. I mean, this makes it feel like atlasing is not as important. Trying to see how heavy the fragment shader is. So we're getting 41, 42 frames per second. With the frag shader commented out. So we are losing like 10 frames a second to our frag shader. So much extra junk in here. There's not that much going on, really. I mean, I probably still want to atlas the textures anyway because it's a web thing, and I don't want to download a bunch of 16 textures over a cell connection and try to deal with the progress and whatever if I can just have all the textures all at once. So like I would probably still want to do that. It just is not feeling as critical. I'm not even doing that much stuff here. We got a couple of lerps. Yeah, I mean, this is relatively light. Okay, what am I actually using and actually not using? Because maybe I'm calculating stuff in the vertex shader that I don't need to. One of those. Yeah, I don't know. Frag shader does not seem that heavy to me. All things considered, pretty light. A little fraggle. What about the vertex shader? Almost certain there's nonsense in here we don't care about. Who's playing in the ball pit? Binary, oh my gosh. Yes, welcome. It's time to mint some, what you said. Flower NFTs. Obviously, it's the future. Binary, how are you doing? I've missed you. I have so many tools over here. We gotta talk about all these tools. Did we talk about these already? My new Philo wire strippers? I can't remember if you saw these. I really like these. Okay, so we're trying to. Okay, yes. So what we're doing, I have a AR project in Portland Pioneer Square next week. I'm doing this giant procedural flower thing, and I have made it tremendously complicated and built this like obscenely complicated like generative botany system. Um, and it's almost to the point of not being embarrassing, which is good. The generation, there's still a hitch. Just added caching on that. Yeah, okay. Oh, a zip. I don't know. I don't know if Philo has a zip tie gun. Maybe. So, okay, yeah. These are at least getting to the point where they're not super embarrassing. I do think we could do a geometry pass and go through and simplify some of the geometry. Um, so that would be worth doing. I still feel like I should be able to draw more of these. I'm not doing like all out crazy person instancing the way that I could. And maybe I should do that. Maybe I should do crazy person instancing the way that I should. Axio, how's it going, buddy? I feel like I'm so tired I can't even communicate. I don't know. I mean, part of it is just like I'm definitely in the phase of this project where my brain is just only knows how to function in the domain of this project, so I can no longer talk or do any other kind of work. Okay, we have our instancing stuff. We are not currently instancing everything, which is maybe a problem. I do not know why the indentation of this file is insane. Unclear. Binary, you missed me trying to make web workers work and then just getting irritated with them and doing something different. Well, okay, so I'm not instancing the whole flower. I could do that, but it would be kind of a can of worms. What I'm doing instead is for each bloom, I'm instancing the individual clusters, the individual petals or stamens or whatever. And then what I added just now was like a global instancing of, it's not instancing, like just shared geometry. So they all use the shared geometry now, which is good. It helped, I think it boosted performance quite a bit. Honestly, at this point, performance is probably fine because I do not think I will be drawing this many. I do think I want to fire the web workers because there's two performance problems. One is generation speed. Like when I click generate, there's a hitch for a moment as I generate geometry, even though now I'm generating much less geometry than I was previously. And it's just because I'm doing a whole lot of math. Okay, so we have progress. Even using the inverse progress. I don't know that my lighting calculation is actually correct, but it seems reasonable now. Actually, I want to keep that. Model view position. I don't know why I'm calculating that so good. But nothing in here seems too crazy. I did have some annoyingness dealing with the world position and the world normal. Am I even using the world position anymore? Okay, but no, but I will. Well, yes. So let me think for a second. You know what? Actually, now that I think about it though, because I already did preload, so I don't even know what my hit is right now. Is it just the stems? Because my blooms, I'm not instancing the stems. Whoa, did I break one of my flowers heinously? Or what just happened? Uh-oh. Okay, I definitely broke something. Uh-oh. Did I use the wrong name? Okay. Okay, so remember when I said it was okay to move the shoot count because I was explicitly setting the shoot count everywhere? That was a falsehood. Okay, I think I see what you mean. I think I'm actually kind of implicit. Okay, well, so the question is, whether I want variations in. So I want to add some randomness. I definitely need to add a little randomness to everything because it's a little too regular. But I could do that in the shader with the texture. It'd be heavier on the shader side, but that way. But then I really could just like basically just pre-bake the geometry. I'd think about it a little bit. But now that you say that, I feel like I'm kind of already doing a pre-bake of at least the blooms, and maybe it's just the blooms are freaking fast. So I don't actually know what's slow right there. It might be the other stuff, just because I'm not instancing it yet. I gotta think about that a little bit. Yeah, web workers, I don't know. I wish it just worked like C# tasks. And maybe it does. Maybe I was actually relatively close to getting it and then just got prematurely annoyed, but okay. So we need to get we've broken the Godieta. Oh yeah. Well, that'll happen. Look, I have the wrong unique identifier. My unique identifier was not unique. Okay, so that makes sense. Okay, so what do we want to do here? I actually feel like this is quite quick, and that now it's starting to feel like maybe it's just the stems, which I have not yet optimized, that are giving me grief. The thing about the stems is they are definitely all unique. So there would be no... Okay, how can I do this? How can I parallelize this? No, it's not. It's not as bad. It's better than when I started today, and I think I've incrementally improved. But I think it's still a problem on a phone if I want to like regen some of the stuff that is fully dynamic. Like for example, when you're looking at it's for this dome in Pioneer Square, and even if I like pre-bake the blooms, which I can, the stems want to kind of like grow towards you a little bit, and so those are all going to be fully procedural. And I think that's okay. I just need to I need a way to offline that a little bit. I need a way to offline the geometry generation a bit. And that is where I got stuck with the web workers, frankly. So right now, how many materials did I end up using? So I have, basically at the moment, every flower is like a 2-part flower, kind of. So it's, what? Every flower, it has kind of like an array, a cluster of petals, or a cluster of petals and a cluster of stamens, or this stigma, is that it called? Which really now I can rewrite this to also be bakeable. Like it's not at the moment, but it easily could be now that with the work I just did. So okay, so what we want is like higher performance. So here's my problem, binary, with the web workers, and this is what I don't quite have my head wrapped around, because there's 2 problems. Like the web workers solve the parallelization to a certain degree, but they don't necessarily like instantly solve the asyncness. Like, so in other words, I still might want like a promise set up that gets resolved when the web worker returns. Um, but maybe that's fine. Maybe you just have like, I mean, okay, yeah, okay. How about this? How about this? Well, okay, let's try workers again. So actually, it seems like atlasing. I still want to do the atlasing, but it feels like it's not. That's not our main performance hit at the moment, which is good. Um, the geometry caching, I think, was a huge gain. I think that was a big deal. If we went insane in the future and we wanted 1,000 flowers, 10,000 flowers, 1,000,000 flowers on screen simultaneously, I know how to do that, but it would be a pain. Basically, like, yeah, it'd be a pain. It'd be I don't want to do that. but we could. I mean, we could. So in other words, like we could instance entire flowers across the world, and not just instance the individual petals. But I don't think we need to do that, and it would be a hassle. So I'm gonna not. I'm gonna ignore that for the moment. So also, yeah, I do have to finish. Okay, right. We need to make these look a little better, which I think we're pretty close because I do have to finish some artwork tonight to go to the printer tomorrow. I mean, it would be kind of cool to just grow these all over everything. I don't know. I think that's a bummer. Eighth Wall is pretty cool. It's okay. The tech is okay. It's cool that it just runs in a web browser, but it's freaking expensive. It does not justify its price. Like, it's just the developer license. Just to develop with it is $100 a month, which is crazy because it runs on, it uses 3JS and all this other open software. So, like, all the stuff that actually makes it good and do anything is like free and open source software, and then they charge you $100 a month just to develop with it. And then if you actually use it for a commercial project, it's like $1,000 a month, $1,200 a month plus clicks or something like that. Like, it sucks. Niantic bought them recently. Maybe the pricing will get less outrageous. I don't know. I feel like our Black-Eyed Susans are too thick. I didn't want to be the one to say it, but there you go. In fact, I think what we want to do is this. That was completely wrong. I have invented a really ridiculous flower markup language. It's way too complicated, but kind of cool. It's not even that, really. It's worse than that. It's just like a bunch of functions. Okay, so let's reconsider workers for like 45 minutes. Snap has Lens Studio. It's its own authoring environment, so it's fairly restrictive. Same thing for Facebook's, what's its face? Spark AR. But I don't know. I don't want to be in like the hyper proprietary land. I just want web AR to be an actual thing, like it should have been already 6 years ago. But I don't know. Apple and Google seem to be slow to do that. Does seem like Google's doing some stuff, not everything, but there's some stuff that Google's tech just doesn't do. Or even if AR Core does it, it's not exposed in that layer, unfortunately. Like, pretty sure image marker tracking. At least that isn't in the, whatever it is. Their OS level AR viewer. Okay, so what do we want to do? I want to optimize. Okay, let's. Wait, R iris, is that a thing? Is there some like R? Is R iris a flower? Wow. Well, that's kind of cool. That's pretty cute. I mean, no. So the answer is no, I didn't, but that's kind of cool that that exists. I was a little disappointed to see that it's only 50 flowers from 3 species. I was hoping it would be like 300,000 flowers from 2,000 species or something like that. Okay, so no, mine is, this is all very highly subjective. I think they're starting to look okay. I mean, like, given where we were a few days ago, these are like starting to look reasonably like flowers. Oh, we got some work to do though. Okay, so so our geometry cache is good, I'm gonna say. Let's try the geometry worker again and see if we get frustrated. And we're gonna try to have the global worker oops. And all right, we're gonna have a geometry worker. We're gonna have a geometry worker. I've decided. But what goes in here? Like what? What? Sorry, actually, I want it to be called shoot geometry worker. Shoot geometry worker. And we've got our shoot geometry worker. So I can just call this the cache, I think, because it's static on. I don't know. It seems like that. Sometimes that refactor doesn't work. Yeah. Okay. So we have a shoot geometry worker. Wish there was an example. A meaningful example. So just for example, you would think that in here I could post a message anytime I try to generate new geometry, right? Which would be here, for example. Hi. Right, so you'd have your post message and then you'd have your, but this is what's weird though, right? Like this is me adding a listener. I don't know, this is where it gets a little weird. This is not good. I need like a wrapper for this to like listen to the events because I shouldn't be listening. I don't know where to do this. Like I need a static initializer or something. Like, can you do that? Oh, really? Oh, I can. What? I was just making that up. It's really good when you just make something up and it just turns out to actually exist. Wow, weird. So if we have this static initialization block, and we have like this dot worker dot on message that's interesting. Why are you unhappy? Is that not how you do that? You're a rapper with dapper lyrics? I believe you. Ooh, what? Hi. What do you want? A message event. Okay, wait. What is the actual syntax for this? Oh. Like so. Weird. That's pretty weird. So I could just add this to the static dude. Well, okay. Anyway, that still like doesn't fully solve the problem, right? So then inside the worker, what are we doing? So we're gonna do this here. We're gonna send something to the worker here. Somehow these didn't get updated, even though oh, it's broken. Okay. So this should be us posting a message to the worker. But like, what I'm just so not clear on is like, a web worker as a module. Like, it's like baffling that I cannot just find a simple example of this. I mean, this is all that's in here, but this is like import. This is not imported as a module. So like, okay, did we do it? We did it. We like talked to a worker. Oh, well, I mean, that's not unreasonable. That would be easier for me. That would be easier for me to understand. I think if it was a web service, I would totally have an easier time doing this and dealing with the asyncness of it. Well, I was thinking I wanted it to work like C# tasks. The way C# tasks work is what I wanted. Okay, so we talked to a worker. We did it. Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I did this to you. I led you astray. No, we're using web workers, which kind of sucks. Cloudflare workers are cool. I like them. Cloudflare stock price, not cool right now. Unless you want to buy some on sale shares. And then, hey, I've got great news for you. Okay, so how do we do this though? Like, this feels pretty tricky. We need to can I just feed a geometry preset into my web worker? Yeah, that would seem kind of weird. I didn't like that. Could not be cloned. That's weird. Why not? Oh, well, yeah. Well, okay. So maybe we just cannot use workers at all? Is that? Hmm. Well, I mean, I liked it anyway with just workers, like just people's job, you know, just like workers in a factory or in a field or something, just conceptualizing flowers. But yes, it is better if they live in the clouds. Okay, so this kind of sucks, actually. This is a problem. It is a problem I do not have a great solution for. Hmm. I can kind of think of a way to address this problem, but it seems like definitely not easy. Um, so the whole way this thing works is that the presets are actually like functions. Presets are actually functions that do the work. Like you call function data. Sorry, you like call a function on this object that comes in to generate the geometry. So if I can't send the presets over, presumably I could like have the presets loaded on the worker side and look them up by name or something. That a thing? Also, can I do this? Like, can you talk inside a... Okay, you can't. Just curious. As far as I understand in a web browser, the only way you can multi-thread let me think about this for 1 second, because actually maybe I just had an idea. So, sorry. Okay, so for true multi-threaded operation, I think web workers are your only option, or service workers, whatever. Like workers are your options. But you just made me wonder: is what if we don't care, and we just want to yield sometimes? Like, is that possible? Hmm. I mean, I think like generators are kind of like coroutines, right? Like Unity coroutines, C# coroutines. No, I've seen some stuff of people trying to use workers for. I mean, most people are probably not doing complex on-the-fly geometry generation in 3. No, wait, that's not what I thought this was. No, that's kind of right. Like, I think you could kind of do this sort of like use this kind of like coroutines. Hmm. Like if I have a long blocking operation, like if I could just yield occasionally, it would be fine. Ugh. You're never gonna yield? Example of synchronous code broken into smaller tasks. Okay, microtask queue. Okay, that's not a very useful article, thanks. Yeah, you could do this in like a weird way to do it. Like this is kind of when I want when I say yield is just like, hey, go ahead, everybody. Request idle callback where you can run a function that will only execute when no other function takes up the loop. No. Okay, so couple of ideas here. Couple of ideas. I don't actually know. Like if you're awaiting, how do I want to say this? Like if I'm because the problem is that I have this really high level thing that's doing a bunch of like instances back to back in one big loop. And I just want it to say like come up for breath occasionally, just like um wait, only blocks the code execution with an async function. Like, I don't think there's just a solution for this with just async await, right? Like, I don't think there's a magic solution. Yeah, the worker through it. Okay, so the you have, I mean, I think your browser process for your web page, you get I don't know if you get a thread per tab. I kind of think you do in Chrome, but it's still a thread. And the idea, if you want multiple threads, you use workers. What I was hoping is that there could just be a way in like async and promised land to just kind of like come up for air the way you can in a coroutine, but that's not really what's happening. Like async, that's not really. Yeah, it can't be used to make something asynchronous. It has to be an asynchronous thing, and I have a synchronous thing, so that's not going to solve my problem. So I could do the thing where it is like a scheduled thing where I'm just, for example, only like in queue this, like make a queue that is like a generator queue, or that's a reserved word. That means something else. But like a queue that's going to do my thing over time, right? And just only do it once per frame. Which that could be okay. You know, as long as any one of those tasks took less than a frame. Which is an interesting question, I guess we could ask ourselves. Like, how long does this actually take? I mean, it's this. It's not an outrageous amount of math, but it's an amount of math that if you do it a whole bunch of times, it takes a while. And you could think of ways to split this up. Like the generation of the triangles is really separate from the generation of the vertices. But you still don't like get, just because you can split them up doesn't mean anything. You still have to do the work to split them up. Well, okay, so the problem with the workers right now is as things exist right now, I can't use workers. Because the whole design of this system is based on presets that look like this, that have functions in them. Like part of the definition of any given flower is a bunch of functions on how to generate the thing, which, you could imagine designing this in such a way where that was not true and it was just metadata, but that's just not where I am. I mean, it's like, it would be a pretty there's lots of like extremely specific formulas for how I'm calculating things. So like, I don't think it would be tenable to say like, well, let me just rewrite this so I don't need functions in the presets. So the only way I could use workers then is if I could have all of my presets available in worker land, which is maybe not crazy. Like in other words, maybe I could mirror all of my presets over here. Is that a thing I could do? I kind of doubt it. Like, kind of feel like that's a thing that it's gonna not want to say is cool, but reset dot rel to what? Oops, presets. Like, is that in here? Document is not defined. What? Like, I don't think I can do this. I don't know. I think it would be like a... Is that what I should do? Just eval it all? Well, okay. So yeah, binary, that's kind of what I'm thinking. That's kind of what I'm thinking. So, but I don't need timers. You know, I already have an animation loop. So I could just schedule it based on... yeah, you're right. I guess I could eval everything, and then it would be a nightmare trying to debug everything. But okay, so now that I know how workers work, maybe next time I can build a system that will be worker friendly. But this system is not worker friendly. So yes. So then the idea would be a queue. So basically, like this generation loop, I've done stuff like this before actually, and it's not too crazy. It's kind of like a you have, so this generate loop. I guess the main requirement would kind of be that the actual amount of time to produce one thing was not a problem, right? Like that I could reasonably produce one thing without it being an issue. Wait, what is this 1 second timer doing there? Okay, I don't think that was actually affecting anything, but I don't know why it was there. Oh wait. Oh, huh. Right, because it's that was to hide how. Yes, it is. So what I could do is like in the animator. So basically, what I would do is enqueue those, right, and then in this update loop, I would. Yeah. I'd pop them off one at a time or something like that. Like, right, yeah. So the really naive way to do that actually would look like what? I mean, I may not even do this bouquet thing, but let me think for 1 second how I would do this. So let's not do this for a moment because this is sort of a whole separate. That was just for those big fronds at the bottom. And that's, you know, that could get enqueued also, but let's just keep it to this flower dude, right? So I think you're right that I think that loop is our our problem. So for example, if this only had 4, it's not really a problem. So the really naive thing to do, which is actually probably the smart thing to do, is just have a counter and once per frame generate a flower. So we could just have like this is kind of a problem. I guess we just want to grow the flower after it's generated. We would do that instead. That's weird. Why do I do this? For each flower. What? Don't flowers know about their stems? Who wrote this? Okay, I don't know what that code was even doing, but I'm just gonna ignore it. So that is the non-naive way to do it, which I do like, is that you can just run, you in your loop maintain an internal timer, and then you can give a number of milliseconds that you feel like is a reasonable amount of time, and then give the rest over. I've done stuff like that before. I don't know that I would want to do that here, but maybe. Okay, so anyway, like our flower loop, this just becomes generate flowers. And you have like flower count. And or something like this. And then, like, yeah, basically when you something about the rotation though. How do I decide that? It's based on what? Oh, sure. Yeah, you could do that too. That's fair. Oops. What did I call this method? Cool. Nailed it. Look at that. I broke it. I mean, it's broken. I forgot to increase the flower count. Wait, how is that even not exploding then? I'm not even increasing the flower count. Wait, what? I did not finish writing this. Why is it even working at all? Oh, maybe I've crashed the browser. Okay, it wasn't. I don't think it was actually working. Some kind of nightmare was happening, I think. I mean, it almost sort of seemed like it worked. I can't even, I don't know that I could tell you why it was even seeming like it was working at all, but great. Anyway, we want to do this at the end of the flower generation. Still a little chunky, but it's hard to tell like exactly why. Like, is it, I don't know. Is this Minecraft skeleton music? Is that what you hear? It sounds that way. Okay, so we would get rid of this. So we do something like this dot max flowers equals, you know, so we could make it not do the thing until we wanted it to. This is quite naive, but it's okay. So we can load and be sure we're loaded and happy, and then push the button. A minor frame dip, but really not bad. I mean, quite minor, I would say. So maybe we solved our problem with naivete. And we could fragment this even further, really. I don't like the way this. We need a way to stagger the blooms growing. Yeah. So that the center grows first and then the flowers. Okay, that's a polish. Okay, is this good enough? Do we not need these fancy web workers? Are we just happy with I don't need those other prawns anyway, actually. So we got like extra pretty good. Pretty quick. And because once we, well, okay, that's not exactly true. The flower geometry should be cached. The stem geometry is like fully randomized every time, but it's quite light. I've definitely broken it somehow. I don't even know. I've done like so much work on the blooms without the stems, so I mean, at the end of the day, a stem is just, it's the same dude. I don't know why I'm specifying the stem elsewhere. So is that specified here? It is. I don't know. So this is our preset for the stems. I don't know how I broke it so badly though. I think this width function and this height function is like totally bad. But I think if we steal these two methods, okay, we do this instead and use the alpine lily. The stamen function for the alpine lily is basically a tube if we don't apply taper. Yeah. Wow, this is not exactly right, but it might be right enough. And what isn't right about it is that it's not centered around the curve. I'm sure I could figure that out, but at this moment, it's okay. Oh, that almost looks like a tube. It's not a centered tube, which is a little silly, but the growth of those is a little gross. We could fix the kind of advancing wave of it, but they should be tubey, right? Kind of tubey. Probably have more like radial segments than is really needed. But that's all that was the. Oh no, my ball pit. Yeah, I know the ball pit's a little. I mean, you can click on the screen, add some balls. If the ball pit is empty, it's not my fault. It's your fault, and you can only blame yourself. Unless you're on mobile, and then I'm sorry. Okay. I think we want more link segments and maybe fewer width segments on these. So we would have some. I don't even know. 64. Oh yeah, look at those. We have yet to do a proper painting for our stem. Okay, so we still have a problem, I think, on a number of our blooms where like our little poppy. And I know why that is. I don't exactly know what to do about it, though. It's where I place the flower. It's here. It's this annoying problem. If I invert every... I always forget this. Nailed it. Perfectly nailed it. That's not how you reverse a normal, by the way. How do you do that? Love it. This is not a... Like, how do I invert a look at, basically? I want an inverted look at. I thought you could just inverse a normal. I mean, I could get the delta, subtract A from B. Yeah, this. That's exactly what I was going to say. Exactly what I was going to say. Is like, look away. So yeah, like you get the delta between the two and then add the delta so it faces the other way. Probably what we want. position A minus position B. That might be backwards. Position A is where we want to be. And then, well, but I don't know. I mean, I guess because I'm oriented arbitrarily in space, I think, I mean, if I had a local, so I couldn't just do that around like an arbitrary axis. I would have to have it around a local transform axis, which I know how to get in Unity, because Unity, you just have the transforms forward or transform right or whatever to rotate. I don't think you have that in 3JS. You can get the objects matrix and apply it, but I feel like this is a little easier. So that, I think intuitively your idea is not a bad idea, but I think with 3JS, this is a little more straightforward, unless I just did it backwards, which, okay, that seems fine. So yeah, although in 3, I'm pretty sure there's a way to just flip up inverted vector. Okay, that does not look too bad. And actually the lighting is not too offensive. There's lots of intersections. There's different ways we could think about that. Wait. That should just be a single vec 3. I don't even give it the XYZ. Great. Okay. So I'm feeling reasonably good about our optimizations, though the real test is in AR. So let's test it in AR. Yarn AR. R. And now HDS. You can scan this QR code at home if you want, and maybe it'll work. I actually don't know if it will work, but maybe it will if I put up this marker. Will this work? Try it. Try this QR code. Oh no, it won't work, sorry. Although I'll push it and then it will work. So this of course won't work because it's local, but I'll push it in a second. This is not working at all. Try again. There we go. Okay. Yeah, of course, localhost is not going to work, but I can do Starling. But I'll push it, and then we can try it. That'll be great. I am setting. Oh, you're probably. Well, I don't know. I think actually, unfortunately, vectors. I don't think vectors has an override. I think I could do this. I think I can do this, but not. I don't think there's an override in 3 for. Uh-oh. Break everything. We'd have to go look. I actually really am not a big fan of 3s. So copy will just copy the values over, but I believe set only has XYZ. I don't think there is a set, which is super annoying because if you forget that and then just only pass one parameter, everything's broken. So you can do set with XYZ. That, although that makes it look like, does that, I don't know, does that, I don't think so. I think set only, yeah, I think you have to do copy. I don't know why. I don't know why they have done this. Whoa, what happened here? What happened here? Is that just because I switched windows and everything went insane? Cool. Okay. Anyway, let's try this thing, and then I will push it somewhere that you people can try it if you would like to. Hmm. Did I crash everything? Oh, no. Wrong host name. Yeah, the way vectors in 3 annoy me all of the time, basically, because I just feel like they don't work very intuitively. Why can I not connect to this here computing machine? Did I crash the... Am I on the correct Wi-Fi? It appears that I am. I don't know, everybody. What have I done? Oh, obviously. I have to put the index HTML. Okay. Does this work? I think it technically does, but now I'm not auto-growing. Is that what my problem is? Or have I not updated this marker? That may not be the latest marker. Let's see. What markers do we know about? Okay, that was it. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah! Okay, well, this marker is not the right marker, but ignoring that, the performance is so much better. We really need to fix the growing. Okay, and I crashed the page eventually, and I don't know why, but I have a suspicion as to why. And I think it is because we're not like properly disposing of all of the geometry we're generating when we refresh. Even though the geometry cache is maintained, it really is just the geometry of the stems, I think, that is getting yeah, I can only reload so many times before it totally crashes. Okay, let me push this somewhere, and then I need to do a little more work on artwork, and then I will call it a night. So, oh my gosh, I've done so much work without pushing. Oh my gosh. And I've been trying to get used to using VS Codes. Can I not stage all of these at once? Why can't I stage all of these at once? That seems like a very basic thing. Wouldn't you think it would be stage? It's not stage selected ranges. I don't like stage selected files. Stage changes. Wait, it did do them all. That was weird. I didn't think it did that. Maybe that's a change. I don't remember that working before. Okay, so we have... huh? Ugh, there's still so much work to do on this. Okay, take it one day at a time. Wrong one. Data organization. Optimization. I need to drink some water. Okay, these are just gonna all be like a billion. This can go. Oh, I just want to delete that file because I can't do it from here. Okay. So that geometry cache. Okay. So that should show up at GitHub or cultivate.pages.dev. Maybe. Eventually. As we wait patiently for it to build. Okay, so I'm gonna get a drink of water and I will be right back. Oh, it's me. Yeah, with the link in chat. If it actually updates. Okay, that's good. So we want to be here /AR. Maybe this will work. Maybe, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if it works. And then the marker that you want to use, I'll put on screen. Although I've apparently not updated to the latest marker. So. But I think this one is not the latest, but it's the one that works. Even though I think I like it more. Ugh. Whatever. We'll try to regenerate it. I eventually switched to using like a fake seeded random. Okay. /AR so that I could recreate the random arrangement. Okay, that works. So this marker, I think this is not actually the latest, correctest marker. Maybe this one's the correct one to use for now. Let's try this one. Oh yeah, that one seems better. And tapping the screen should regenerate. Look at that cute bouquet. Okay, we definitely have some growth issues to fix. Yeah, and I crashed the browser. Why do you think that is? It's got to be from all the geometry I'm generating. Oh, really? Like, I'm curious. I mean, I guess I'll just have to do profiling, like with the phone plugged in, and try to see what actually crashes if I can. But did you try it, Logarithm, Axio? Here's the. I'll leave this up if you want to try it. Is it working? Are you winning, son? You only see your camera, and if you point your camera to this marker, oh, am I blocking it with my head? Sorry. If you look at this, if you point at this image, you don't see the flowers. Sorry, I should have said it is marker-based AR. It's not just gonna like appear on the ground or something. You have to look at this marker, which maybe is too big right now. It's pretty cute that I can shrink the marker and shrink the bouquet. Tiny marker, tiny bouquet. Adorbs. Jates didn't stay long enough to see the beautiful flowers. Sad. It's sad. How's the tracking for you? I don't know exactly how the scene units work for this relative to the... Because I think that's a sphere of radius. What is the radius of that sphere? Anybody know? The radius of the sphere is 1. 1 is the radius of the sphere. 1. So how can I remove all of the... this kind of sucks. Like, So... So what I assume is happening is that we are like... So I guess at a minimum, we should be clearing those buffer geometries, right? Like the buffer geometries that get created. The thing that just kind of sucks is like, I don't know really what what's in there. I mean, we do. That's not entirely true. We have the flowers. The blooms, though, we don't want to destroy, right? Like we want to keep those in our cache. And actually, now that I think about that, Okay. Just thinking here. As we create flowers, are we storing them? We are. All these errors. Ah. Oh, interesting. So this stem is like... I need a JavaScript GUID. Okay. I mean, we just need something. Actually, I'm gonna leave that one because I kind of deliberately want that to be broken at the moment. Okay, we don't need stems. Or not a thing. So actually, we have an array of flowers. I deleted too many things in there. I wanted this. Okay, so we actually need to do like... I mean, yeah, that's all it is. I just want to, I need uniqueness, and sometimes randomness is not unique. You know, it's not guaranteed to be unique if you're generating enough things, but probably just, you know, if I randomly generated a number, like a random float is like, well, if it's just 0 to 1, I don't know actually. Like, if you have a random floating point between 0 and 1, how much precision do you get in the floating point? Do you get it all there? Is that still like 4 billion different options? So probably just like random 2-string or something would be totally fine, but... Or, yeah. I mean, it could be kind of nice to use to generate like a hash function based on the parameters that are going into it, because then if I did use the same parameters, I wouldn't need to regenerate, I guess is the actual ideal, but we do have a fair amount of randomness in here. We could have like a set of randoms or something. I don't know. I'm not exactly sure. Yeah, that's fair. That's true. Wait, it's globally unique. Globally. It's right there in the name. Are you telling me that globally unique identifiers are not always globally unique? I always forget the way to do this. What is the right way? Um, actually, okay. So I want to remove. Oops. This. Not all of the children, just the flowers. And I want to. Okay, let's do this. Okay, you're just telling me like if I shuffle my deck of cards, that's. Oh wait. Wait, what? Oh, that doesn't go here. Oh, I just moved that. I didn't delete it before. Oops. Okay. If we both shuffle a deck of cards at the same time, is it gonna? What are the chances? Isn't there something crazy where like just the odds of shuffling a deck of cards in the same order twice is like a googolplex or something? One a googolplex, or maybe that's 75, and there's only what 50 something. But yeah, like there's an order. Gosh, what is the like? Change the card ending up in perfect order. No. Uniqueness of a random shuffle. I read about this recently. Oh, what was that number? 1 in 80. I don't even know that word. Unvigentilian? Cool. Ungenventilian. So you're telling me for all of my randomness, I should just manually shuffle a deck of cards. Remember, the first time I ever heard of Cloudflare was in hearing about their using lava lamps as part of their. They still do that? What do they still? Do they still use this? Do you think there's a team of people somewhere trying to figure out how to manipulate Cloudflare's lava lamps in a predictable way? Okay. Now I've just forgotten what I was even doing. So our main problem is that when we need to destroy these flowers, we're not disposing the geometry within them. In the stems specifically is actually the real problem. It's the yeah, that's our actual problem is the stem. Do we not add the stem to the flower? We do. So the flower does know about its stem. So when you destroy a flower, do JavaScripts have destructors? Probably not. Or do they? No. Okay. We need to just do like stem dot what? Geometry. Like dispose of the stem geometry. Is that how you do it? This dot stem. There's gonna be a stem. Okay. So then we need to just, before we remove the flowers, as we iterate, we call destroy, I guess. Like here, whenever we do this. Is this the cool people way to do it? Let's do this. Oops. How the cool kids do it? Does that mean I can do this on a phone now without destroying it? Is that true? There's no randomness other than... That's sad. I mean, I like it. I like the lava lamps, the Cloudflare lava lamps. Okay, what do we... This flower looks stupid. This is supposed to be my favorite flower, and the center of it just looks so stupid. So, what I'm gonna try to do... I mean, I feel like we're in pretty good shape now, right? So let's go back. I mean, I don't actually know if we fixed the particular problem we were... There's probably other things I'm breaking. In fact, I'm quite certain of it, right? Because I'm loading, I'm creating a new texture every time. Oh, yes, right. We're doing that for the plants too. So actually we're leaking, now that I think about it, it's actually probably the plants that are hurting us even more. I'm sorry, the textures. That would make more sense, I think. Okay, so we probably need to see how many times I can click it before it crashes. Not very many, turns out. Okay. Not even, wait, you're trying to tell me lava lamps aren't even? And now that I find hard to believe. Okay, so this is a bit annoying. This kind of sucks. This right here. And it's because of a choice I made, and now I don't know how I feel about that choice. So the smart thing to do would be not this. Is that true? Wait, we've got lava lamp workers? So what I think is happening, I mean, we can probably see this in here, but I don't know that we'd be able to like really introspect it or inspect it in a meaningful way. What if I did this? Oops. Oh yeah. Why is this wildly vacillating? Oscillating? Not vacillating. Oscillating? Who is allocating? Who is allocating? Nobody? Okay, but if we start this and then I click that button and then I stop this, wow, compute for net frames. Wow, really? Oh, that's the size in bytes. But wait, that's still a meg, right? How is compute for net frames? Interesting. Well, that must be even more okay, so these are not being cached. We know that. So the hubs we can certainly do, but that actually it's mainly the stem. So that is a bit of a problem. So that's how I'm able to like sample along those. That's actually sort of terrible. Also, it's a bit surprising. So, I mean, most of these other things are not too much of it. Oh my goodness. Why would animate? What? Oh, I see, because that's the top of the root. Right, sure. Okay. Self size, though. All these vector 3s, actually, it's kind of a surprise, but so I should be doing a better job. Well, no, because compute per net frames does most of that. So I was about to say like, oh, I should do a better job of not these inverted stacks are really weird. That's kind of impressively bad. You would kind of have hoped. Well, I guess it's kind of a requirement, I guess. Like, it'd be nice to be able to some non-allocating version of that, but I guess okay. So that's kind of eye-opening in terms of the dynamic stems are kind of problematic. Texture loader load. If you use texture loader, is it like smart enough to cache? Are we like does it actually interesting. Will this magic, is this true? Can I just magically do this? Okay, we got to switch tasks in a moment, but I'm very curious about this. Like, is it just... Will that actually cache the texture calls? I would like to know. Like, I'd like to know about textures. What a new texture is called. So I think we still do a new texture. So I don't know. It does feel like yeah, well, or maybe the trick is to be kind of conservative with. Okay, there's two options to this. Let me. Oh boy. Okay. Well. There's another path that I'm just not, I'm going to say it, but I'm not going to do it. And I'm not going to follow this path, is like bone rigged stems where there's just one stem, but its bones are instance. So yes, I could write a shader. That was the another idea, is that the shader could calculate it. The problem then though is like, that's a big load, you know, per frame as you're going. I think I need to just do some profiling on a device, see what's crashing. Also, I don't know that I will let people do this, like this total just like fun time, regenerate all you want. Just watch it grow, watch it grow. Yeah, I just need to like figure out what the actual crash. I mean, like 35 meg does not seem outrageous to me. And I assume some of this is going to get garbage collected. Yes, I totally can. I can. Not only can I load the textures and maintain them, I also want to atlas the texture, so there'll just be one texture. So that will be fine. I was just looking to see if there was like kind of a shortcut for just fixing that crash on the phone. But in reality, I'm not actually that worried about it because I will atlas the textures. But it's there's a lot of other stuff that's allocated, but it's stuff that seems like it should be garbage collected just fine. Like all those vector 3s from the Fernet frame calculation. And there's of course, you know, plenty of places where I'm doing new where I probably don't need to, so. Yeah, is that? So wait, is it, you think it's 10,000 just because it had 3? I mean, these lance, whatever these are called, these lance flowers, those aren't cheap. I think I'm not applying any rotation to the actual blooms on this, now that I think about it. Anyway, okay, I think we're good on optimization, so I need to look at artwork. So, like, artwork has to go to the printer. This is the artwork as it stands. The problem is like I wasn't totally done with flower refinements. I think that's mostly okay, except there's a couple major issues I'm sort of concerned with. The major issue that I don't actually have a terrific solution for is natural feature tracking. NFT hates patterns. And, you know, this is randomized enough that it's not a pattern in and of itself, but there are identical flowers in it. Which maybe that's fine, but I'm wondering if I should just like add a little bit of hue shift or, you know, something like that. Just a little a little something to enforce a little more randomness. Also, I'm just realizing like the old, like I think I like the artwork of the old test, of the original test frame that I did more than the actual final artwork. So anyway, and I've just like done work to tidy things up and make them look a little nicer and so on and so forth. So okay, because these are good. This is going to be like, this is 4 feet wide ish, so these are giant magnets that are going on the side of a geodesic dome. These magnets are just kind of like extra that maybe I'll use for something else. Like maybe those will just be little bouquet buddies. I'm afraid to put the QR code on that one. How could I get around that? Can I have 2 QR codes that go to the same place? I don't know. I mean, because I want to go to the same place, but what I want to be careful of is that I show only the that the QR code isn't recognized as part of this image. Although now that I say that, I don't have to do that. I just don't, this part doesn't need to be included in the part that's tracked. So actually that's not a concern. So I think I can safely add the QR code to these if I want to. So what do we actually need to accomplish tonight? We've done most of the optimizations, not in the way that I had anticipated, but I think that's fine. We need to get into random view mode, and we need to put it back in the perfect random state that it was earlier with my fake random seed. $420. Okay, the camera's going to be in the wrong place, but that's fine. This file needs a bath. Okay, I'm pretty pleased with the lazy async. I think that's going to be fine. It would have been a problem if we had a job to do that took longer than whatever. The right framing for that? That doesn't actually look right. If we had a job that took longer than 16 milliseconds or whatever, I mean, really like half that, it would be a concern, but I think it's not a concern. Okay, let's get our alpha background. So this is one of our hero images. Capture A. And it's not too bad. It's just not really as dense as I would like, but I know I'm a big fan of powers of 2. However, the count, this is dumb, but the way this like very lazy random seed works is that the number of times you call random is important. And so like I'm sure that I certainly could have done this a different way, but increasing this count or changing this count also changes the random seed. And so like it was this, or change, yeah. So it's this issue of like the right balance of density with the right random assortment. And so I was trying just different numbers for density to get the assortment I wanted. I mean, of course, 512. I mean, maybe this will be fine now. I don't know. I was feeling kind of like 512 was, there's nothing in this that is preventing collision. So I was trying to avoid like really bad intersecting geometry. But now that I kind of don't like those images enough to care at this point. So maybe we do just say 512 and we like the additional density and we just come up with random seeds until we get, oops, Wrong. Good grief. Oh my god. The last thing I need is the yellow flower NFT crash. How do we feel about this? So we have some weird intersections here, unfortunately. How could is there like a really lazy, fast way I could try to avoid intersections? I think I don't want this, actually. And I mean, I can always kind of like rotate to avoid. Binary, are you screenshotting all of these? That's pretty good. What I should do is just save any that seem reasonable and just save like 10. Uh-oh, but I already have some saved, so let's try this again. Okay. Kind of like that one. There's gross. Man. I probably should have tried to do some kind of like sphere packing or something. I don't know. Shoot, I should be paying attention to what the seeds are of these numbers. Oh no. I don't know what the previous one was, but that's okay. That's not bad. Ugh, there's a mess down there. Okay, I am going to put that spread back because that spread was helping, I think, with some of the... Maybe it wasn't. Never mind. Spread sucks. That's not too terrible. What's my zoom? Okay. Is it better to be out a little more? I think it actually is. Wait. Why didn't that change? What did I do? Oh no, what happened? What? I messed something up? What in the blue blazes? Weird. Are multiples of 10 not valid here? Or like every multiple of 10 is the same or something? These like terrible jumbles at the bottom. Oh man, this kind of sucks. Like, how can I... Oh, actually, two things. Also, I want some, oh, I don't remember that. I want, yeah. I want it to fade in the distance. I guess I could have tried to save alpha, but okay. So these collisions are driving me kind of crazy. Sometimes random is just not random enough. I need some lava lamps. I don't know anymore. Do I like any of these? I don't know. I feel like I should just go back to the numbers that were like reasonably satisfying. I didn't love them, but they were okay. Okay. I think that was 34, 34. Uh-oh. Nope. What did we break? 3224. If only I had written this in such a way that okay. So that I also this rotation is weird. The prime. I feel like that didn't rotate. Or like the rotation didn't change. Okay, so that's this one. Somehow it doesn't look right. Is it because of that spread? No. Is it because we shouldn't get a small? Ugh, but the smallness helps with collisions. I don't know, everybody. What do we do? Like the sides of this didn't look as... I don't know why this looks extra bad now. I guess it did kind of look like that before, but this looks like extra dark. I don't know. I kind of feel like I should just go with this updated stuff. Move on with my life. Guess I did add a little more shading. Maybe the light position. Where's the light? Just straight up. I want to move the light to the other side of the rose. Like, oh, that doesn't look good. Why up? I feel like these roses are giving me grief. It's the back faces. So maybe my backlight, I'm just doing the inverse of the light. I thought I had a trick though in the fragment shader, like where I don't. Or I like blend the front and the back or something. Yeah. 3070 or something. Not a terrible plan. Oh, I think my light has not been totally accurate because I was trying to do like light transmission. But I do want that, you know, I kind of want that. I want light to come through. I think the light transmission is kind of cool. So what is so weird? Is it the ambient? Just the back faces of those, the back faces of the rose petals are bumming me out. Is it possible I could just fix the like change the rotation a little and not be sad anymore? I think there's just not a perfect number. I'm trying to get on this like fat side of this pedal, or maybe there, or actually maybe this is, maybe that's almost the optimal place to be, to not get the, but then this starts to look bad. We were close. That's not too terrible. Could I live with that? I could maybe live with that. I mean, it's really gross over here. Okay, a drastic solution. Oh, okay, not bad. Okay. I'm not gonna say that's a great solution because maybe now it looks less like a rose, but kind of helped my problem. Oh, too much. Okay, let's just go with that. So, This seems not too terrible. So we need Dropbox, files, documents. Oh, projects. I'm trying to be quiet now. It's after 10. Can't bother me. Okay, cultivate. Design, marker, capture. I think my front and back mix is not good. Overt. No, it's not that. This is better before. Yeah. Okay. Not that there's anything too offensive. There's nothing terribly wrong with this one. I just wish it was a little more dense. Oops. And I wish I hit the right button. Okay. Why isn't that alpha? Alpha true, clear. Oops. There we go. Capture A, and then our capture B. Ugh, okay. This capture B? Doesn't seem quite right. Let's try it. Is it right? Should be the same, but oh man. Oh, it's close to good. There's just a few things about it that are not. Maybe I can just crop them. Like, I don't like this weird rose situation. Because there's a tiny little creep rose down there, and then this intersection is a bit unfortunate. Had I done things in a bit, yeah, just 1 minute. I need. I don't know if there's a way to do what I want, but I want like. Like, I kind of want to write the depth in a weird way. Like basically I want to draw at like tiers of depth or something. Like I want when I'm drawing an individual flower, depth matters, but then like but I don't have a great solution for that other than like, you know, drawing these individually and then compositing or something that would just be it's just a non-trivial problem. I don't think I have the ability to solve it at the moment. So, okay. Not the end of the world. So, I just lose my. That seems very slightly different. Oh, is it because I got rid of the padding? Maybe we do want the padding for this one. Lee? Who's Lee? Nailed it. Okay. So it changes little rotation, but that's fine, I think. Okay. Okay, so we have new, capture A, and capture B. Now I have to go into Photoshop. Still want to atlas the textures, but that's not a today job. So it's true. It's true. If I need to go in and paint a little bit, do a little painting, it's all true. Okay, so that's background A. Let's throw away all these things I'm not even using. And presumably this is the updated one? It's not. Why did this not refresh my linked file? Oops. Okay. Okay, let's call that fine. And then background B. Also not updated. Very unfortunate collision down there, but actually it's pretty cropped at the edge, so that's easy to cut off. Let's throw away all this other garbage. Oops. So this should be capture B. Slight rotations. And now let's Fix the mask. Mask. Okay. So that seems fine. Now let's go over here. Those should have subtly updated. So, okay. I think we actually avoid the I don't know. I feel like I've gotten better results. This tulip is bothering me. Why must this tulip cramp my style? And that tulip is just so like, look at me. The tulip is like, I guess I'm not too bothered by this rose, I guess, but tulips make me mad. Just rotate this whole image. Would be a thing I could do. Oh my god, it just makes the tulips, there's even more tulips. Okay. I feel the need to change the tulip. I feel like we gotta tune the tulip. I don't want to, but it's just kind of bugging me. It's like, really we need to rewrite. I have a better way to do the tops of those petals now. But where they could flip backwards a little more reasonably. Okay, let's see if I can like quickly fix the tulip and then I like the tulip in general has some issues. I think I flipped back too much. Ugh, I have a better solution for this now, but I kind of just don't want to get into it at the moment. Okay, that may just need to do for now. Not terrible. Okay, did that cause other disasters though? Is it like so which one is the most offensive one? The one on top of, so it's this one. So it's not, that one unfortunately is not like perfectly fixed, but it's at least less offensive now. this number just a little bigger. Saving. Okay, let's just do this. Okay. Losing steam here. I think it's better. I hope. Okay. Capture B. Photoshop. And save that. And we go here. We'll go back and forth a few times. Relink. Okay. Let's call it good. So last thing is, do we stick the QR code up here? And I think the answer is yes. I think the answer is yes. Why can't I select you? Oh, that's why. Oops. 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 Okay, here's the question though. Wait, what have I done? I see. I see. Well, that sure is freaking huge on these. Maybe I don't do a QR code here. Not the whole. Oops. All of that, but be the way to go. I don't know what this rectangle is. You know, I got kind of worried here, and I made these different typefaces, so it's really probably not that important. Oh, maybe I'll leave it that way as a fun secret joke only for me.
The next station is Oslo Central Station.
Where are you, middle of circle? What the heck? Wait, what happened here? Did that not actually duplicate? We're just doing cool stuff. Great. Secrets. Don't tell the secrets. Okay, so all the text. Yes, indeed. We want everything in here to be centered. Somehow the text was not centered, so don't know what to tell you. Okay, and we want the background. Good grief. Come on. We want the background. Okay, that seemed fine. Similarly, I should have done this in a different way where it was just reusable, but oh well. Why are you so slow? Okay. Nope. Key object. Let's go. Okay. Okay. Seems okay. And now we're going to take this, all this, which is not that much stuff, and we're going to try to paste it. I'm going to put it over here. And then we want to center it relative to this. Come on, Illustrator, you can do it. Why did it? What? Oh boy. Okay. How did that get duplicated? Awesome. Just select this and only this. Don't just like just this. Don't put that there. Oh boy. You happy now? Are you really centered? Seems that way. Okay. Okay, that's annoying. Great. It's from Candide, which is a great book. And at the end of Candide, they've been on this like insane. Every aspect of this adventure is crazy. Everything's insane. It's a nightmare. And at the end, they like survive and they have a little house and like they're sort of talking about their experiences. And one of the people is like still kind of like rehashing things, and like Candide is says something along the lines of like, "That's great, but let us cultivate our garden. Like let's just focus on doing our work, cultivating our garden, um, not get quite so hung up on the insanities of the world." I wish this looked better, but oh well. It's good. It's good. I like Candide. Candide's. It is a kind of a critique of optimism, capital O optimism, like as a general philosophy. I mean, it's not quite as stern. It's kind of a I don't know. I think it's interpreted as like a dual meaning. So part of it is like we're just doing the work. Let's just do the work at hand. Let's just do what we're doing. So there's that part that is like the very literal interpretation of like, just focus on the task at hand. We don't have to think about the crazy adventures. Just like focus. But I think there's a part that is like the more metaphorical of like, like let's just like self-cultivation, and focus on that instead of like adventures out in the world. But it's open to interpretation, of course. Okay, 50%. These are still pretty freaking huge. I honestly don't know if I'll even really. So yeah, my only real reasoning for having these other dudes is because you pay by the square foot, and seemed like a good idea to not pay. Like if you're paying anyway, seemed better to not pay for circles you weren't going to use. That's actually a big problem. Does that mean the triangle's not centered? That'd be bad. Triangle does look centered though. What? That is 38. It is centered. So that is centered. So how did that get not centered? Okay, let's throw this one away for a second. Wait, what? What happened? Okay, let's just focus on these for a moment. Actually, I did want content. I feel like Good grief. So Illustrator does have GPU preview, and I feel like when I'm doing 3D stuff, it gets like weirdly unstable and doesn't always, when you make changes, it doesn't always show you the change. So if it seems like I'm struggling, I kind of am. Okay, anyway, so I just want to like do a very, like, is all of this, everything selected should be perfectly centered on this artboard. And I saw something move, so it wasn't. Interesting. Okay, it's very minor, so maybe it was just like a rounding error, but okay. So that feels centered now. So then the next question is, how did this get off of my bounds? Like, how did that fall off of my... Nope. Dang it. Why did that happen? Why are you not dragging the clipping path with you? They're all selected. Okay. Preview on CPU, how's that? Yes, great. We can actually, great. Okay, that was the solution. Just preview on the CPU because the GPU is struggling because of plants apparently. I guess I should just go close Chrome. Illustrator is so bad. Like, I don't think it's too much to ask to want to snap to the corner of a rectangle. It'll snap. Why are you so bad? Like, I want to snap to the corner of a rectangle. Is that crazy? Am I a crazy person for wanting that? I don't think so. I think it's pretty reasonable. Okay. Good. And then just make this more like 14 inches. Nope, 15 inches. Okay, are we happy? So terrible. Okay. No, I look rejoiceful. Well, I think you can interpret it that way too. I think it is like, but I guess for me, I don't know. I interpret it as like, it can be joyful, but it you know, like you gotta work. You gotta work at it a little bit. Okay, so what we want to do now, and I feel like Illustrator is going to make this harder than it needs to be, is just move this over here. That's all. That's it. That's it. That's all. That's all. That's all. Okay. Okay. Are we so good? Are we done here? That actually should be the right file. I think so. Okay, so, but yes, binary. I mean, for this this event and everything, I am definitely like presenting it as a joyful statement, but the original context was a bit more nuanced, I guess. So, I need to do 2 more tasks, which is outline the text. Why can't I select that? That's fine. Okay. Okay, do I want to do anything before I outline this text? Select everything that I wanted. No, that's fair. Well, I mean, sure. I think they were Candide was talking about a vegetable garden. I think so. That's fair. Now this flower's bothering me, but I need to just stop working on this, right? Like I need to. So let's just maybe whatever. Maybe we can tweak it in the morning. Okay, but I have to expand the type for the printer. So I hate doing this because I always want to like. But I don't know. A way to like expand all type. Or outline. Yeah, Command Shift O. Okay. Let me do that one more time. So we have 3 QR codes. Cultivate, cultivate, cultivate. 3 QR vote. Okay, those are expanded. And then we have the 3 big pieces of text. 1, 2, 3. Those are expanded. Okay, so I'm gonna be ridiculous. I'm gonna undo that just to be sure I can save this and have the Illustrator file saved. Illustrator says, I think there is like some way to do that as one step. Anyway, just so I have like the version with the fonts I have, and then okay. I hope this doesn't look terrible. I think it'll. I don't know. I don't know. I really don't know. So that is 100% real life size, how big the QR code will be. We'll also have QR codes on separate signs, so I think it'll be fine. That's life size. Let me just triple check that QR code goes to the place. It does indeed. Okay. Okay, are we done here? turned out okay. So that means that this file should be all good, ready to go. Inexplicably cannot zoom. Oh no, and I just saw a really bad intersection. Oh no. How did I miss that? Oh no, it's so terrible. Oh no, oh no, what do I do? Oh man. Well, it does not look like an easily fixed one. It's a frickin' tulip again. Frickin' tulip. It's not on this one though, it's on this one. Well, we didn't resave this one after we did the... So... Oh boy. Okay, well... Let's do it. So we need to get back into... I'm getting very sleepy. Definitely gonna start making more mistakes. I was gonna say start making mistakes, but I always make mistakes, so... Okay. Is that like slightly less offensive? Not really. I mean, we could do something like this. And have silly squatty tulips. Oh my gosh, it's so close. Still some other issues, but... Okay, these tulips are a disaster, but there's still actually, that doesn't really fix the problem because the aster still has issues. So we could do... We visited Susan. Said that Susan didn't go quite down as far. Okay, that helped. Trying to quickly look and see if it caused other issues elsewhere. That's a weird issue. I don't even know what is happening there. What's happening there? Oh, well, it's because we went up so high. This is a never-ending process. We just have to... Okay, capture. Last one. This is the last time. Capture A. Oops. Uh-oh. This one has the spread. I gotta unspread. I do not miss having to print things. Like, just I get too fixated on. I mean, this one is particularly a hard one because it's like there's aesthetic choices, but there's also like functional tracker choices that make it a. Okay, a challenge. Okay, background A. Done. Close Photoshop. I lost Illustrator. Marker. You gonna open Illustrator or nah? Don't feel like it. Lord Vitae followed an hour ago and I missed it. Bot made this failed me. Thanks for the follow, Lord Vitae, if you're still around. Okay, I really, it's almost 7 o'clock. I gotta wrap up here. Okay. Did that fix? Yes. Okay, so is there just like a select all text objects? Good. Command Shift O. Good. Nope. PDF. This guy. Oh, I think I forgot to do press quality last time. Oh, it's good. I already saved anyway. Okay. Are we good? Are we good? Um, why did that not seem to fix the problem? Let's open it again. Okay, well, the aster still intersects, but what are you gonna do? Edit the aster also. I don't want to. I don't know. I don't. It's like I can change this, but then it's gonna break something else, and whatever. And I can't even. I think we just gotta do it. One thing I could maybe imagine is like moving the QR code over, but that seems pretty silly. You know, just have it like, boop. But I'm not gonna do that. That's outrageous. Okay, one last thing I'll try is, just out of curiosity, does rotating help us? Not really. Okay. Let's go paint it in Photoshop a little bit. If I start that, I will never stop. Okay. Let's just say I was a person that thought they wanted to go in and like, I mean, if I'm in this close, I'm definitely going to see mistakes. That's a pretty bad one. That actually almost looks like it could be fixed by making the blooms go up instead of down. They'd have to go way up though. I don't know, man. Just, you know, just for like the sake of, just for the sake of it. I hate that Photoshop will not let you flatten a single layer, but you can make 2 layers and flatten them. Why? No one on earth knows. Yeah, you can imagine like painting in the or doing something really silly, like make all tulips scale tiny, and then take just that little patch and fix that one little piece with just that one little part. It would look a little something like this. The tulip. Just to see. Let's just see. Yeah, you just end up with this really silly little. I need to do the same thing up here though. I don't know. Do I really want to do this? Kind of seems like I'm already doing it. Then you end up with these totally ridiculous little patches.
And now, how about drums? An instrument everybody loves.
Ugh. File management Windows is so terrible. Force it to be lowercase. Okay. Yeah, so you're drop this in. Wait, why is that wrong? My camera moved or something? I was just being dumb about or. Okay. This is a very silly thing to do. Lazy way. Why am I doing this? What's wrong with me? What are you? There. Okay, just so extremely unnecessary. I'm sure there's a billion other things that are messed up. But whatever. No, that's giving me flashbacks to working in commercial motion graphics. Art and obsession. I know it was. If the sign wasn't so big, it's just big. Pretty big sign. And these aren't even the big ones. Whatever. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not allowed to look at this file anymore. That's what. I mean, that kind of like one of my first jobs in design, like real job, like jobby job, and kind of my last jobby job was at a commercial motion graphics studio, and so much of that work is just like compositing, is just like sitting and painting things, blending together, patching things, whatever, patching stuff from, you know, real life shoots or VFX shots or 3D renders or whatever. It's just all like, it could be kind of meditative, but I also want to go to bed. Okay. So this is our AI file. We need to do object. No. We need to do edit. No. We need to select object, all type objects, of which there should be some number. I'm going to expand them. It appears to be true. I didn't mean to save that. Dang it. see. Okay, save this. Yes. Press quality. It's Metascative. I mean, this is also going to be like a $350 print or something. So, you know, it was a $20 print. The problem is I'm going to get it at its full scale and definitely see a million mistakes. And I mean, I feel like my eyeballs are like pretty critical mode calibrated right now, and I'm not seeing many that are like egregious. There's relatively minor things that I'm not crazy about, but yeah, not offensive. Okay, I'm sending this file to be printed. And presumably they can like stroke everything. Actually, it's in here because the yeah, these clipping paths are the cut paths. So, okay. Anyway. Okay, I spelled all the words right, right? These two frames are identical. Cultivate.j38.net. Cultivate.j38.net. Let us cultivate our garden in Interstate and in Proxima Nova. All right, last call. Axio, binary, are there any mistakes here, or is this perfect? Can a QR code scan that small? Well, it can't. Okay, I'm gonna email this file. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna. Oh, you can't even. There's so many balls on the screen. Can't, you can see what I'm doing anyway. Okay, let's switch it for a minute. And I'm tired. I'm really crazy witch hair. Okay, let's go here. I did pick press quality, right? Pretty sure I did. It was like a small file for press quality. It still uses JPEG compression, but it does it at maximum, so it's not lossless, but eh. Okie dokie. I mean, it's not like these images were 300 DPI or whatever. Close this. And I grow a little bouquet in the middle of all this. I think it's pretty cool. I suddenly have an urge. I want to make a giant flower ball. I mean, that's kind of what we have to do next anyway. Is like instance on a sphere. It's not even a sphere. That's gonna be a little tricky because it's like not actually a sphere. Gotta figure that out. Yeah, that's probably the next big thing. I'm gonna table the stamps because I feel like they're actually not that important. I mean, I think they're workable, but there's like the idea of drawing on, like having the sign and then have a bunch of stuff instance around the sign is like a thing we need to really figure out, especially because I think the coordinates that we get are pretty weird in Cruci. I might be wrong about that. Eighth wall image marker or image target. Where the actual image target documentation? Am I in the wrong place? Somebody here instead. Okay, image targets. I feel like it doesn't. There's a lot of text here, but as far as the coordinate space, but I think it's like Z up from the image and then XY flat on the image, I believe, is what. Interesting. So image loading, image scanning, image found. The 3D position of the located image, the rotated. Yeah, I think you get it. I think it's Z up. Which is okay. That's kind of what I'm doing currently, anyway. Oh. I mean, it's fairly close to what I want because it's going to be on the side of a dome anyway, so. The image in the scene. Okay. Anywho. Good progress. Good job, everybody. Binary, Axio, Wargo Appreciate you hanging out. Appreciate the company. It was a long stream, but I think, I don't know. I feel like it's starting to look okay. It's getting less embarrassing every day. I know I keep saying that, but like, it's a good metric to not be embarrassed by the things you're making. And I think we are approaching a non-embarrassing-ish status here. So, okay, anyway, we'll pick up more tomorrow. And I think that's all. Have a lovely night. Thanks so much. I will see you next time. Goodbye.